Oh. Squeak. Squeak. Hello. Oh. Okay. I just got here. What the fuck? What? Hi everybody. Sorry, my brain is a bit numb today, so I'm like, it takes me like extra long to read stuff. I don't know. It's a bit numb. Who the fuck got the first? I can't scroll up all the way. Shiro! Girls in the first. Let's go. Spiky hair, but. Hi Chester. Hi Razora. Hi Andy. Hello Kami. Hello Eldarin. Hello Eleanor. Hi Klokan. Hi Willis. Hi Donna. Hi Onyx. Hi Shiro. Hi Mari. Hi Dimitri. Hello Kaltot. Hello Smogo. Hi Lilac. Hi Andy. Annika is on at 30. Hi Bananas.
I'm fucking your dad!
Yeah!
System says, Bananas Boy has resubbed for 19 months with message at you. Bless you, Bananas Boy. 19 months? That's longer than Jenny's last winning streak. Wipe your nose, toss your bits, and let Blevins steal your snacks. Thanks for sticking around, D-Gens.
Thank you so much for the 19 months of tier 3. Hi, Arville. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? Ooh, I recognize your name. Hello, hello. Oh. I didn't even listen to fucking Blobbins. I was trying to read. I can't do two things at the same time. You're expecting too much of me. Hello? Ugh. Hi. Yeah, I did see another freaking thing though. Dip, Chris on the 3-stream streak, and Arsora with a 50. That's what I saw. Yeah. Redeem Chushu's outfit? Yeah, I was thinking about that actually. I haven't gotten to it yet. Fuck, there was another redeem I was gonna fix. You know, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Sorry to say. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. What are you gonna do?
Yes,
I don't make up the rules. Well, I do, but I forgot to. I was gonna fix another stream, another redeem until today, but I forgot about it. But I'm gonna fix it after stream. That way it's not forgotten about. But guess what we're gonna play today? What? We're gonna play Silksong? No way! I didn't expect it of you, Jenny. I've never seen you play Silksong in my entire life. What? Yeah, we're gonna play more Silksong. I'm trying to 100% it. Okay. I'm trying to 100% it. And I'm trying to do it fast, because otherwise I don't get sushi for a fucking year, okay? But I decided to wear the OG outfit today because I haven't worn it in like a week, because I've been wearing like the bunny outfit and the other outfit and
Yo, is that
outfit.
gifted subs? Yo, let me come down the stairs real quick. Hang on.
𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪! Thank you! What the fuck, Bjark? Okay. But yeah, there's like a new mystery badge thing that if you gift like... If you gift a sub, you get like a Pokeball and you can open it up and get like a badge. And then if you gift 3, you're guaranteed to get all 3, if I've understood it correctly. 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪, my horny. I'm not fucking horny for a Gornet. That's it. No, it's here too. It's here too. Like it literally is a drop down on the stream right now. Yeah. I think it's only, yeah, it might only be in Twitch owned categories, but it does exist here.
Wow!
Thank you for the follow! I appreciate it. What? Hello, Drew. Good morning. Sweet. You open a ball a day for 20 minutes of watching. Oh. Well, that's fucking easy then. Let me just yap for 20 minutes. Devil, okay, 80. Let's go. Hi, Frost. Hello. Hello, milkers. Hello. Where my ball? Fuck do I know? It's in your inventory. Check your inventory. Click E. No, joking, but I don't know where. Give me that pad. Streaking Lord Max. Oh, person at 270 TVG. Let's go. What was I gonna say? Do a Lord Max today. Lord Max in what way? What are you gonna get? I was scan. No, you didn't. Oh. No, it does. I do have the fucking prompt on my fucking page. So then, in that case, you got scammed by Twitch, not me. Okay. Like, it says here, right? Why is it? Okay, hold up. Meow. There you go. Look at this. 1 sub or gift sub, great the ball. So why the fuck? I didn't fucking dox anything, shut up. Oh, you got to see my stream manager. I can't believe you got to see how I changed my title. That's crazy. I'm gonna shiver my timbers and fucking lay down in a ditch and die right now. I opened it and nothing? What, you got nothing in the ball? That escalated. No, don't change my fucking title. I will hunt you down. Oh, I did play Silksong off stream yesterday, by the way, and I did clear out 1 shop. So I'm 1 step closer to having all the items in the game. It's just so fucking boring to farm, so I'd rather do it off stream. So I'm gonna continue farming it tonight, I think.
Yo, is that gifted subs? Yo, let me come down the stairs real quick. Hang on.
Thank you for the 2 gifted! Did you get it? Did you get it? No? I will never know. We'll never know. That's just it. No? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? What do you mean? You must be doing something wrong. Something is wrong. Hello? Hi, 𝗙𝗍, by the way. Dude, what am I doing? Twitch is in the company, what can I say? No, it's my fault. I own Twitch. I'm sorry. SMH. I am John Twitch. I'm Jane Twitch, actually, if you want to be precise about it, but on PC there's a box besides your point. Redeem, click that, you see the Pokeball stuff or whatever. I have to watch you. But it said you have to watch and gift? Like, well, why does it say you can gift then? you. Oh, there's more. Oh, hi, Chloe. Hi, puppy. Hello. Jenny, did I get push off the leaderboard? You can check the leaderboard yourself, bro. It's above on the monthly top sheet. You see, I'm gonna show you guys again. You see, you can click up here and you can scroll through all of these, and then you can. Oh, look at that top supporter event. What? That's crazy. No, you're still here. You can't see it on phone. Skill issue. Go to PC right now. Sorry to tell you. What if you can't click? Get a mouse. I'm at work. Just stop working. Just stop working, bro. Can we censor the W word? No, job. 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 Wait, do I have a fucking job application? Oh. I'm gonna bind this to a fucking key and I'm gonna flash everybody every time. You're right. Oh, I get a Google Doc key finally! Thank you for the comments. It's because of all you. I should have this as a channel point redeem. You know, you just fucking slap the job application on my face. Jump scare everybody. Come on, fill in. Come on. It's not that scary. It's not that scary. Come on, guys. Ooh, this is my Halloween costume for this year. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I have to make a LinkedIn page and have it look nice and everything. Oh, this is fun. Is that fun? What? Okay, so when you say the word blowjob, do you then censor the word job? Do you just go blow? You know, like.
Huh?
Use a Swedish job application? I don't fucking have one of those. They look different. Well, but they look different depending on what job I think. Hi, Björn. I don't think there's like a meme version of it, you know? Jobb. Other jobb. How many are you sending me more horses again? I swear, bro! I'm never escaping this fucking shit! Ever! My brain is like resetting right now. I'm trying to think. What the? There's a car alarm. It's like Project Someone. There's a word coming! Watch out! Do you hear it? Wait, listen. Oh, they fixed it. Hi Merrick! Hi Riku! Hello! Hi Sayin! Reloading your brain, don't crash your OS. It's already gone, bro. I deleted my system
I'm
30.
fucking your dad!
Yo!
Yeah.
I hate that. Thank you so much for the 6 months, Merrick!
Wow!
Oh! Eva, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hi Godzilla. How are y'all having a good day? Yes. Yes, yes. I've showered today, you know? It's been an ungodly amount of days since I showered, I'm not gonna lie, because I've been sick. And I don't want to admit to how many days, but I have showered. Actually. Yeah.
Huh?
Hi Jay, hi Madlad, hi Meatbox, how you doing? Omar Rick gets cast as next Yoda? She's probably short enough for that. Five gets the subs and Yenna will reveal how long she hasn't showered for. Alright, bet. Deal. Hi Rina, hi OG, welcome, welcome. How are we doing here? Good, good, good. I'm fucking lagging, bro. What do I do about that? Ah! My fucking phone just fell down. I just knocked down over my phone. Yeah, I just punched it. Back to work. Break is over. Good luck. Could you speed up the time? Pokeballs are so slow. I'm so sorry, Byack. You have to be on my stream for longer than 5 minutes. Screen crack? No, I haven't had a screen crack since I was in like 6th grade, I think. And then I blamed it on my cat. And then my mom actually helped me get it fixed the same day it broke, just so my dad wouldn't find out, because he would be so fucking upset. What the fuck, Koi? Stroking at my chat? Stweak. Hi, bag. OG, Chris under 30. Let's go. Ba, ba, ba. Where's Silksong seal? Okay, listen, I'm gonna play soon! I have a few side quests to do today in the game, actually. I did complete the main quest yesterday, the collecting all the hearts and stuff. No! My current phone is the only one that I haven't shattered the screen with. Honestly, I've dropped my phone so many times and it hasn't shattered once. I feel like there's gonna be one day though where it just shatters like the whole fucking thing and it's just been like tanking it this whole fucking time, but that is gonna break. You jinxed it now? No, I fucking didn't. I am unjinxable. She hates us? Yeah? No, I'm joking. I love you guys. Remember with the phone case? True. I do have a phone case, but it doesn't really cover the front, does it? But if it lands on like an edge somehow, then it's definitely gonna break. Because I don't have like a screen protector. I don't like how screen protectors feel on a phone, you know? Because they like... It's like an extra edge, you know? I like it to be like flat and smooth. To buy a drop against marble floor that breaks it, but no, it's a clothes hanger. See, that's gonna be some stupid shit like that, you know? I've dropped it on the floor countless times, but one time I drop it like on the fucking couch, it's gonna break. Hi Orpheus, hi Sylvie, hello. Five foot five and a half. What? 745 stream streak! Holy moly. Oh, he's not happy. That's huge though. Yeah, 745. Do you believe that? That's not my mod. That's not my girlfriend. Like, that's a dedicated fucking community member. How, dedication? Commitment? You sure it's not your girlfriend? Eileen's alt account? That'd be crazy. Hi, Broccoli. Thank you for still thanks. Welcome in. Hello. It's crazy. Dude, I feel like the moment that streak breaks for some reason, Sora's gonna leave. Sora's never gonna be seen ever again. I would rage quit. I would fucking rage quit the channel. I'm not gonna lie. Nice ocean view for still doesn't swim. What, my background? Bold of you to assume I go outside. I stay inside my little room here. That's all I do. I just game there. You have a donut? I know. Squeak. Wait, hold on. Let's go closer. Do I have a donut here? Or here? Where's my donut? Second PC is hidden in the drawer or something. Okay.
Little branch underscore says, tell Jenny to stop blabbing and play the game already. We're waiting. Hey, Jenny. Less yammer, more gamer. Degens have snacks to eat and chaos to see. Get your ass in gear and press start. You're embarrassing my blubber, mate.
And who the fuck asked, Blubbins? Nobody. My 260 is probably my highest right now. If I lose this, I'm cooked. My highest stream streak that I've ever gotten is 25 and I lost it. So I've given up on that. I'm not getting another fucking stream streak with anybody. I don't have that commitment. I'm sorry. I did lose my streak once. I was around 100, then lost it because Jenny decided to stream on days she usually don't stream. That's why you gotta be prepared. You don't never let them know your next move. Hi, Dove. How you doing? Hello, Ritsu. Hello, hello. You don't know where your donuts are? No, I shoved them up my Did I remind you of the time we went live at 6 AM? Yeah, but didn't I then stream until like the evening anyway? Yeah? About to devour some noodles? I actually ate noodles yesterday and guess what? It wasn't bulldog. I cheated on my bulldog and I ate other noodles. It's because my stomach has not been okay with eating so many bulldog because it's too spicy. So it's been like, I got like the worst fucking stomach cramp ever that I've had and it lasted for a day and I don't want that to happen. So I'm gonna slow down on the bulldog a little bit. It's almost like eating too spicy stuff too often could maybe like damage your insides. I don't know. Soba noodles are very fucking good. But it's another good brand. You know what I did? I took this other brand and then I put gochujang in it. Gochujang is like the spicy Wait, I'm just going back. It's not as spicy as bulldog, but it is spicy. It's like a spicy what is it called? Paste! A chili paste, basically. And then I put that in the noodles. You don't get the badge for 3 days? Really? You have to wait that long? I like one of those donuts, but they're up my ass. I told you can't get them. Hello, but YV, can I call you that? How long have you been streaming for? 4 years this year, in October. Yeah. $36, shut up. Shut up. Did you ever stream Overwatch? Yes! That's the game I started off streaming. I streamed it for like a year when I first started streaming. And then I stopped because I don't like Overwatch. Hi, as well. Like a man. Stweak. Okay, you can't tell me. Okay, so I've been hearing this lyrics this entire time, right? Okay, in this part, that I always hear, I wanna shake it, like Goku wants to rule the plot. That's what I hear. That's what I fucking hear. Like, listen. Wait, listen. You hear it, right? Like Goku wants to rule the... Like, I'm hearing Goku. But they're not saying that. They're saying, I want to shake it and you can watch me rule the floor. Man, I was here from the beginning? Really? Can you do exclamation mark follow H? Well, unless you're not followed, I don't know. Woo! Look at that! Damn! Followed October 15th. That's 3 days after I started streaming. That's 3 days after I started streaming. That's crazy. If I do it, I'm not following myself. That's crazy. Well, I looked way different back then, and I've looked kind of different throughout the years, but here I am. I'm a seal. Hi. It's me. Orf. Orf, orf. Orf, orf. Orf, orf, orf. Hi, Tactical. Higher ahead. Welcome in. Orf, 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 orf. Orf, 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 orf. No, you can't give founder's badge. And well, sadly, if someone hasn't been here or I don't recognize them, I do remove their founder's badge if they're not subbed and they haven't been here forever, or like, you know, if they're no longer part of the community. Because I wanted to go to active people, so. Speaking of, should I check if there's anyone I can fucking remove? Let's see.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Or forget to you bunkai. Oh,
Yes, yes,
imagine,
yes.
imagine when you, imagine going like this, like, right? You're like, bunkai. You get it? That's fucking cringe. Never do that.
Huh?
Don't do that. I swear, whoever you're with is gonna run away from you. Never mind. I think it's because it's during the 𝗙𝗹𝗹, everyone is subbed anyway, so I can't remove anyone. New sound clip? No! No! Hi, 𝗙𝗪𝗙. I had a different name back then. Do you remember what it is? I might remember. Squeak. Squeak. Doing it next time, you're gonna make that sploosh sound. So why do I gotta be there? I don't wanna be in the cog chair. What the fuck? Ball. Okay, it does ring a slide bell. I'm not gonna lie. It does ring a tiny bell, a really tiny, like a micro bell. Stream is an 18 plus? Yes, it is. What makes you think it isn't? What makes you think it is an 18 plus, huh? Oh, Jenny, I am 17 and I can actually enter the stream. No, I don't think I need to write it in my tags either. I mean, doesn't it? What do I have it as a tag? I do have it as a tag. I have it as a tag. I have it in my... Do I have it in my title still? No, I don't have it in my title. But it's in my rules as well. So, shrug. I don't know. Gullible tag? Shut up. I'm not falling for that a second time. I'm not you've done that before. You've done that before. You think you can get me twice, huh? Huh? Fool me once! Tisk. I fucking hate having long hair because whenever it's wet, then your whole back gets wet from sitting in your chair. Then you get like a blah feeling from it. Fuck off, 𝗙𝗵𝗄. Stop. You guys think you're DJ or you're not? Oh, that misery. I mean, the thing is, right? I cannot really do much regarding people under 18 watching me unless they tell me or we know, because then we can ban them. I wouldn't really know unless, you know, I know. But all I can do is, you know, have it in my rules and then enforce the rules if we know. That's what the mods are for. Yeah. Chatters under 18 get a free PS5. Just write exclamation mark PS5. Uh-huh. I feel like the only way to prevent something like that is if Twitch makes a change that you can put your stream to 18 plus, you need to like verify your age or something like that. Like that's the only way to bypass or do something about it. But it doesn't fall into my hands either. That would be the day I stop using Twitch. I mean, yeah. I don't really want them having my ID either. You know? That's why all we can do is just enforce the rules ourselves. I mean, I do have it set to, vulgarity. I do have vulgarity tag or like label on my stream. So it gives you a warning before you like go into my stream. I mean, the thing is, I think once you've accepted the warning, then it doesn't really pop up again unless you like clear your cookies or some shit. Yeah. Eat the cookies. Hi, Aspa. Welcome in. Favorite cookie? Go. Hazelnut. Wait. No. Macadamia nut. Wait, no. White chocolate chip macadamia nut cookie. Yes. Wait, no way. You stole my fucking thing, Juke. Jenny's such a fan of me. I think I met you in an Overwatch game. That's very likely. I did stream a shit ton of Overwatch back then. Not anymore though. I stream like horror games and story games and a bit of everything now. Overwatch or Valorant? I think they're both bad in their own way, you know? I feel like League is better than both though. Like I have more fun playing League than I do playing Overwatch or Valorant. What? I have fun with friends in League. It's the friends that make it good. I wouldn't play it alone. Your friends in League? No, but I have friends that play League. I rather love Rocket League. Alright, mods ban this guy. Rocket League sucks. It's really bad. Only thing I like about Valorant a lot is the skins. You know what else sucks? Your mom last night. Sorry, I'm fixing something at the same time. That's why I'm looking down. Oh yeah, the vegan emote. You know, every time I go through my 7 TV emotes and Troude is in the call, it's like, okay, there's one I want you to remove. The vegan one. We're like, no. No, no, no. That's staying there forever, buddy. You should do the washing the cucumber emote followed by... No, you should do freaky washing cucumber. Followed by... Yes! Exactly! Read my mind. No, I also threatened to remove the alien dance, 𝗏𝗏. The alien dance is the Ted's favorite emote, and I threaten to remove it all the time. No, but not that one. The other alien dance. Yeah, that one. That one. That one isn't a global one, I think. No, it isn't. The alien please is not. And that's the one I threatened to remove. You don't have one? Okay. Hold up, I need to get a glass for Eileen. Please entertain yourself. Okay, hi. It's a nice song, right? I like it. I have carbonated water. I don't get people who say that carbonated water tastes like channel 14. It doesn't. It tastes good. It makes water taste better, in my opinion. Makes it taste way better. I just like it, like, you know, clean. I don't know. For me, it just tastes like a lot better water. It makes me drink water a lot more. It's like makes it like fun to drink water. Favorite type of water is Pepsi Max. Ah, okay. Shut up. I need to show you guys something.
Huh?
Why is everyone exposing my DMs today? Nah, but why does it sound so fucking sus though? What do you want me to do? Just like that? Is that what you want me to come here? Does that what you want me? Huh? Huh? Yeah, my bad. It does Kami, how about this? How about this? Is this better? Is that better, Kami? Now I see why it's 18 plus. Bust. Hi King, welcome in. What do you need then? Like this? It's worse? No, it's not. How is this? You know what make it worse? This, look. Are you? You're trying to make like a good girl. Happies? Can you fucking send me an example, Kami? Do you have an example, or this is like your own original idea? I'm not sure, bro. I just thought of it? Okay. Well, let me know. Boss. Sweet. 10% girls on a 25. I still haven't started playing Silksong. Should I play Silksong today? There's a really funny short coming out today, by the way. At 8 p.m. my time, which is in 2 hours. No. See here? Where's my time right now? At 11 a.m. and I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Just do a brunch. At that point, just do a brunch. How are you feeling today? A little better. It was just a tiny sickness, and hours ago, I think. Yeah! I also slept really fucking long though. And I showered. Shower does a lot. I think shower does a lot. I'm Latino, we don't do brunch. You don't eat brunch? What if you wake up too late then? You just go directly to lunch? Boing boing gasms, boing. What the fuck?
Yes.
Alright, I'll prove it. Give me a second. I'm moisturizing my eye.
Huh?
I have a thing called allergies for pollen. And so my eyes get super dry. I need to moisturize them. Well, it's the eyelids I'm moisturizing around the eye, it's not in the eye. Alright, Ha! I told you I showered! Yeah, but now it's just fake. The second one is just fake. Thanks for breakfast, I'm full, not? Stweak. Is today reverse day perchance? No. It's not a reverse day because you know what? I'm gonna have a huge PP as well. Oof, wow, that's huge, guys. Congrats on the 30 live! Watch this, alright. Does everyone have a small peepee today? It is cold, to be fair. Wait, let me check how many degrees there are. 20 degrees Celsius, which is in Fahrenheit. 68. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Almost time for winter time again. Almost time for cold. But that means it's almost season to wear long pants again, and I love that. I don't like wearing shorts and skirts and shit outside. No, I like the cold too. I like to dress up more than I like to dress down. It's dress down in my thing. Take off clothes. Hi, Goki. Welcome in. Wait, I haven't been professional streamer. Hold up. Hi. Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome to my stream. Hi. Hello. Dude, I swear, I shouldn't even get a wave toggle on my 3.0 because I won't even fucking use it. Hi, Rod. Hello. Hi. How you doing? You know what I've eaten today? I've eaten a bowl of processed sour cream, oats, and a bit of sugar in it. Also, I saw there was a fucking tornado that went through France. That's crazy. We're getting tornadoes over in Europe. It like ruined like several houses and a lot of people got injured. It's crazy. Oui, Spinny. Shut up. Hi, JJ. Well, we have almost 21 hours left on the timer. We're getting closer to the karaoke stream. And your mom's a cucumber. I think that's all. Like that wasn't near me. No, it wasn't near my parents either. Luckily. Tornadoes can happen anywhere? Yeah, but you don't usually see like big tornadoes happening in Europe at all. I blame the pigeons. I blame the pigeons. It's the pigeons' fault. They flop their wings too hard and that creates like a tornado. Fuck. Hi, Marin. Hi, Azores. Hello. Is actual science? Yeah. I'm a scientist. You didn't know? I got a PhD. Hi, Sixpack. No, I'm kidding. I don't have a PhD, but I do have PhD's nuts in your mouth, though. Hey! Oh! Woo! Woo! L? What the fuck? That's fucking good. What the fuck you mean? Did you stretch before you reached that far? Shut up! It was not reaching! That was a good follow-up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So, congrats on the 30. Hi! Welcome in. Most obvious setup? No, it wasn't. No, you didn't see that from a mile. You don't even know, bro. My fucking eyeball is pain. I was literally typing it.
Streaking
No
it.
proof. No proof. Congrats on the 195 good game. Let's go. I've been stimming your dad's notification. You have? Yeah! I'm fucking your dad! Yeah! I fucking hate it. I love it, but I hate it, you know? Stretching is the equivalent of her showing her forehead. My forehead is not big. Alright, don't look at that. You know, as long as my hair is covering it, it doesn't exist, so... yeah. We're good! It's good! Humongous. Alright, I've been yapping for an hour now. I think it is time to play some Silksong. Are you almost finished? Yeah, I'm 79% done, I think. I'm going for 100%. I still got a few stuff left to do, and the other... Well, I think it's a canon ending, but it's like a secret act 3 that I'm doing. I mean, it can be a really short game if you don't do shit in it, but... that kind of like defeats the fucking beauty of the game, though. No, it has 100% thing, but whenever the DLC comes out, the new DLC that they're gonna release called Sea of Sorrow, there's probably gonna be more percent. Because Hollow Knight, the original Hollow Knight had 112% as its max with all the DLCs and stuff. But this game doesn't have DLCs yet until Sea of Sorrow comes out soon. And then, I don't think it's gonna be a big DLC though, but it's gonna add a few percentage probably. Honestly, it's not a game for everybody, but the lore is fucking amazing. Like, I would even just recommend watching a YouTube video of like all the lore. Even if you don't play the game. It's really good lore. Yeah, I mean, Silksong was supposed to be a DLC, but I guess they just had too many ideas and too much plan that they were just like, nope. I've experienced it through you mostly. That's cute. It's mostly me fucking screaming at the game though, I'm not gonna lie, but... you know... I'm probably gonna rage today too. Okay. Silksong is a sequel. Silksong is a sequel. I recall you crying in the first game from Rage. That most likely happened. I've almost been close to crying in this game too. Especially now that I have my fucking PMS. I'm very sensitive, so I could probably cry if I'm mad enough. I'm currently 62 hours and 79%. Hi, Rigid. But I did buy a few new extra items yesterday because I'm working on completing all the items here in this list, and all these dots that you see are the ones I'm missing. So I still have to buy quite a few items, but I did buy a bunch of them yesterday. I have to just continue grinding rosaries or beads after stream because it's boring to do on stream. Especially since I fucked up my farming spot because I progressed, but whatever.
I'm fucking your dad!
Yeah! 𝗙𝗆𝗹𝗹𝗀 has resubbed for 15 months with message 𝗙𝗆𝗹 15
Thank
Twitch
you for the 15 years on that!
15 Twitch years? Old enough to remember when Jenny had hope. Thanks for sticking through my chaos and her fails. 𝗙𝗵𝗙𝗪𝗀1. Drop more subs, or I'll accidentally eat your username live.
What the fuck? Meet with Sprintmaster Swift at the furthest border of Farfield. We're gonna compete against a guy in sprinting, I think. It's gonna be like a parkour challenge. Send me some art that you find pretty with your model. Okay. What is it for? Yeah, but I think I'm gonna compete against this guy, and I don't like that. Irrelevant? Okay. Hold up. I just need to accommodate Eileen with her wishes. Hold up. No, Eileen! Eileen! Oh. Okay, I did it. Are we gonna let Ruth go? Rod! Hold on to the hope! You're not alone! The feet fairy? Hi DJ. Good night, undead. Hope you sleep well. Hello everyone. Ow. 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 Ow! Fuck me, dude! Ow! I'm gonna die before I get there. There we go. Yo! Thank you for the biddy! Wee wee wee! Wee 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 wee! I'm going the wrong way. Hi, Star! Ow! Wee wee wee! Oh, we're 8 point. We're almost at a wheel spin, yo! Ah! Help! Help me! Help me! Help me! Okay, we're good. See what I'm done work? Yeah, yeah. See this one. Boink. There is a no mechanical reason to take damage, but thank you for the immersion. Okay, well, fuck you. Is this where the guy is? Yeah, it is. If you ever run off course or desire a quick convenience, simply play what music you're able to, and my companion shall whisk you back to our starting line. I don't know where the fuck I'm going, but... Okay. First one done. There's probably gonna be more.
Oh, 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏.
Time for the real match. Okay, so that was merely a test. Okay.
Oh, hello, Todd.
Okay, nice. Woo!
Ah, hola, 𝗙𝗍𝗹𝗹𝗀𝗏. Ah, 𝗙𝗆𝗀𝗏𝗧𝗧. Oh, 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗏.
Truest test still to come. Oh shit, it's gonna be harder.
Oh, 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Oh, hello, Todd.
Ooh, okay, here we go. It's not fair you can fly, dude. I fucked up. Okay, well, let me just do this.
Oh, hello, Todd.
Alright, this one will take a few tries, I feel. I have to perfect this last one. Hi, Rose. I fucked up. I fucked up again. Oh, but also there's a challenge. Oh yeah.
Oh, hello, Todd. Oh, hello, Todd.
Fuck, this is gonna take so many tries. This one is hard. No, third. Fuck, I fucked up on that. I fucked up. I'm so upset. I wanted to fuck him over by punching him. I wanted to fuck him over by punching him, but I fucked up.
Oh, hello, Todd. Oh, hello, 𝗙𝗃.
I have BM in this. I have BM with him. Hi, Gamma-chan. Men kuk på dig då!
𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗃𝗏. Hello,
Hi,
𝗙𝗃.
Becca. My fucking eye hurts as well, so I cannot keep it open as much. Eat the dick, bro. Men vad fan, varför åker den inte för? I hate when my fucking character doesn't do what I tell her to.
Hello, 𝗙𝗃.
It's not me clicking it.
Hello, 𝗙𝗃.
Men så missar den igen, alltså det spelar ingen roll.
𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗃. Hello, 𝗙𝗃.
The first two were fun, but then of course fucking Cherry gotta make it 10 times harder for the third one. Ah, great, I lost on the last one. I lost on the last fucking one. I love that. Hi Zane, how you doing?
Hello, 𝗙𝗃. Hello, 𝗙𝗃. 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗃. Hello, 𝗙𝗃.
I swear, sometimes I press my controller downwards, but it registers as left. But okay. Alright, well... Fuck me, just fuck me.
𝗙𝗵𝗧𝗏. Oh, hello, 𝗙𝗃.
You know what pisses me off more than anything? Him. I wish I could put him in a fucking stew and boil him until he's fucking red. Fuck off! I was so ahead of you in 2 laps! That should count as me winning!
𝗙𝗵𝗧𝗏. Oh, hello, 𝗙𝗃.
I fucked up. If he can fly, I can fucking punch him. Yes!
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was so close! Holy shit!
𝗙𝗹𝗻. 𝗙𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗧𝗏. Oh, come on.
Yeah, literally. My tongue just touched the finish line before you could touch it. Oh my god. That was harsh. Hi, 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗏𝗃. Alright, but one more quest done.
Oh my god.
Better.
There's something.
Guys, you know how you've been complaining about the bonus gifted sub thing being in the way? You can remove it now. Oh, I went. Wait, no! I'm sorry, I went to my ending screen by accident. The fuck? No!
Oh, 𝗙𝗃𝗀𝗏.
Everyone was just fucking ready to up and leave, bro. Alright, hi Librarian. I need to pee. I'm hungry as well. What do I eat today, chat? You choose my food. Go. How about you make a pasta pesto chicken? Yeah. With cheese. How about I don't? Okay, never mind. Fred, you make rice and add. No! Don't do that! Don't do that! Someone stop her! Bro, you live together? I mean, yes, but I'm not very good at stopping her. Someone verbally stopping Eileen is more of a chance of stopping her than me physically stopping her. And they were roommates. Jenny's the bottom confirmed. Hey! Hey! I remember when you accidentally walked into me and you flew like 1.5 meters. Shut up. That was fucking funny though. I think I need to go up to first shrine. I need to pee really badly, but I want to get to where I'm supposed to be first. Okay, Eileen, when it says, actually, let me go. I have Google for this. You know, I have Google. Pain, anguish. Oh, the misery. Okay, so I just need to head there. Okay. Where the fuck is that? Ah shit, it is there. That criminal? Rice plus chicken mince meat with taco butter. It sounds kind of good though. Well, except we don't have burritos, so it would be like without burrito, but... Okay, I'm gonna let this screen be here, and I'm gonna pee, okay?
Oh.
Robio! I'm back! Dude, this is probably the longest fucking drum roll I've ever heard in my life. Is it 𝗏𝗏𝗏? Wait, I get to fight 𝗙𝗏𝗏 again? Oh, he's so dramatic! Tormented 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Wait. I didn't know I had to fight this guy again! Whoa! Ow. Hi, Eagle. Thank you for the video. Oh shit, I didn't know that would hit me! No! Oh, nice! I fucking hate them. Oh shit, that hit me! Dude, I was so annoyed fighting against normal 𝗙𝗏𝗏 and now I have to do it against tormented 𝗙𝗏𝗏. That is very annoying. She cried for me the moment she died. Epic. He's so dramatic though. Look at him! I love him. Ow. I love that for me. I'm like I think I dodge one thing and then he pops another thing, like it. Aye. No, I think he's so stupid. Why are you gonna be so dramatic about it? he does like an explosion when it comes up, apparently. Ow. Again? Like, what? I love this for me. Do you fucking mind? No way! I did so good on this fight! I punched him so fucking hard! That is so overwhelming. It's so fucking overwhelming.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ow. I think you can't punch him whenever he's in the tornado form. My PC just shot itself mid-fight! Oh my god! I do not want that happening mid-fight, please! Please! This is a good run! Shut up! Ah shit. Ah shit! That's so fucked! No! Dude, I blame my PC. It fucked up my flow. I blame my PC on that one. I feel like it's valid to blame my PC on that. Because he fucked up my flow. Developing colorblindness for this boss might be a viable strat. Just fucking alter your DNA or whatever. The fancy. Ow. Do you mind? Like... It hit me. Ah! So much happening, bro. Like I can't, my mind can't process it. know when I'm gonna die. I just know, bro. It's in the mind. 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗶𝗹𝗀. What do I even have equipped on me? Okay, see, these two I don't need equipped on me. I just like... Okay, I could swap up some stuff next time if I die. He's so dramatic. He's so dramatic. Hi, Kava-san. Welcome in. Yeah. That didn't take too long. I love it. Romeo. Boom. Side quest done. Now we should have progressed 1% at least. Nope. It's still 79%. Oppa. Dark mirror. Oh. It's like, oh, the claw mirrors. When binding emits a scarring blast that damages surrounding enemies. Ooh. I blind them with my forehead. Hi, dog. Hi. Eileen, I did it. I defeated 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗶𝗹𝗀. Oh. 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗀! Near the Bell Shrine between Deep Docks and Far Fields. I don't fucking know where that is. I'm not drunk. I just have a hiccup. Let's see, what is the quest called? The Hidden Hunt. chat. You're bald. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna need to go to Farfields. Which area? Right now I'm just doing a bunch of side quests, so I am right now going over to do the Hidden Hunter quest. Right here. In Farfield. Oh, hi, Inate. Hi, Hoshi. Have we beaten the game? The original, like, the default ending, yes. But now not the Act 3. Hi, Naros. Is he the one who's placed the fucking traps here? It's fucking annoying. It must be, it's so fucking annoying. Hi, Patrick. Hi, how you doing? Brazil tags. Friend. Hey! Gur the outcast? Ah! He fucking floats on the ground. What is that? What the flip? I'm dead. He's so annoying. What the fuck? Dude, I don't even know what's going on. I have to go all the way back now, though. I need to sit on a bench closer. Oh, there's nothing here. Alright, let me find a bench closer. There we go. That's usually the case though with most bosses. You just gotta like find the pattern first. Unless it's like a 𝗙𝗃𝗙𝗃𝗏 boss and you see it immediately. Yeah, no, the beast vibe, fuck that guy. Ooh, it took me like 40 tries. That sucks. Okay. Instead of going down there, I'm gonna go to this bin. What's up, dude? Yeah, no, I'm the same. I don't remember shit. That's why I can rewatch so many movies, because I don't fucking remember them. Uh-oh. That's kind of fucked though. As I was healing. Hi, Ciel. I don't think I'm watching Gamescom today. What's gonna be on Gamescom anyway? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Well, haha. Really? There's gonna be games on Gamescom? What? That's fucked. So what is the big deal with the Gamescom? Like, is there anything anyone's expecting, or like Half-Life 3? You know, like, is it big stuff or is it like indie games? Yeah, but is it like AAA games or is it just indie games? You choose to do that as I heal, you fucking idiot! That's fucked. Leave me alone! Nice. Hey Dino, girls on the 30. What the fuck is going on here? Some BDSM shit. Grass doll. What's a grass doll? Turning the grass doll at 𝗏𝗀's wishful. Okay. I'm so smart. Alright, I think that's almost all the side quests I can do right now. Alright. Anybody make it for dinner? Dinner done? Yeah. Oh, mask shard. The fuck is that? Raw summons? What? Where did that come from? Did I miss something?
Benny Frank.
With the needle, everyone is just done. What can I do with it? Hi, Frows. Playmaster Mushka of Fleetopia. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break here. I will be eating some food. Because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten a lot today. Yeah. Alright, everyone go get your piss break, food break, whatever you need. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Something like that. Be right back! Up. Oh, I just fingered it. Dude, you can see the fucking tiny little pee-pee bulge. Hello?
I've just never seen it like this tight, I guess.
Ew, it was so wet. Ew. Wait, it's gonna shoot me right here. I know it. I know these trees. I know them. They speak to me. I fucking shot my pants while doing that. Wait. No, wait, that's not what. Oh, hell yeah! I got a feeling. Ooh!
To fart, Yanni. I don't know what to tell you. I need to fart so bad. Oh my god, I need to fart so bad. Oh no, I'm gonna fart. I'm gonna fart. I'm gonna fart. Okay.
More time.
A-line, has Jenny been a good girl bottom?
Oh yeah, she's been a really good girl bottom. She really has. She's been such a good girl. 20 years old.
I think it's like gives like 40 or something.
And that
I don't have that, right?
No. You're fat as shit, you're fine. Anyhow.
I'm gonna look in. No distractions. Thank you.
It's great. Now that
Don't you wanna dance to the music? Yeah. Holy shit, this is... What would you rate this house, Chad? I'm an architect. 667? Our house!
Adventures.
Why is Jenny the biggest bottom sub gooner with thick thighs? Someone gotta have the title. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead, chat. And here's the gooner again. Yeah, that's why I pee so fast. You guys always wonder if I wash my hands. And I always say yes. But in reality, I'm just literally saving time by washing my hands in my piss. Heard so many great things about it. I've heard that it's harder than... Really, you know a song for unsticking such stickiness. Stickiness, you say? Now you made me self-conscious about my D, bro. Alright. Hello, daddy. It's gonna run me over. Ah! No, you can actually get run over by the car! Help. Shut up. You know? I'm definitely the one driving right now. That's why it's so good. My fucking auto drive crashed into somebody! Never mind, I take it back. It's not me driving. Go!
We do this.
Oh, we're just doing it? We're just doing it? Okay!
Run, 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 run,
I wasn't ready!
Run!
I wasn't fucking ready!
Run! Go! Whoa! Yippee! Look how cute it is! Look at her! Whee! Fucking noob. Sluta! Pointed at myself because I forgot that I was gonna change what was on this shirt. Oh. Ada! Come here, boy! He's a good boy. He's a good boy. A little dance. Hi, Bolle, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh my no!
Piale, to piala!
Oh, I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Actually, I have a feel.
Don't worry, I'm playing DVD,
Loop him, throw it on the pallet. Throw it on the pallet. Dude, that sounds like good pussy, right? Spread the gen now. No, wait, that sounds wrong. Daddy Twitch. Anyways, that sounds very delicious, and I would like it in my mouth, please.
Sucking on my titty.
My titty, sucking on my titty like you wanted me, calling me like you wanted me, calling me like you wanted me, calling me, sucking on my titty.
The drink is coming. I want to drink all of it.
Oh my lord.
Oh, holy shit! Oh, that's gonna be me later. What? Who said that? Working it.
Palm oil. I can't wait anymore, soldier. The danger you endure day after day. The courage you display.
Go up into either engine A or B. Wait! I fucked up! No! Shut the fuck!
Dude, no, I need to just...
Okay, I lied. We're gonna have a little mukbang. Sam, why does... Well, not why, but Belhard sounds so, so sad. Hold up. Let me show the food Alina's made. Ta-da! Yeah, but I'm not anymore, DJ. This chicken sausage with rice and cabbage. No, it's not even cabbage, it's what's it called? Holy fuck, that's good. Oh my god, I just came a little bit. so delicious. Oh my god. No, though, you're good. You're good for us. This is the best food I've had in a while. You need to make this more. The flavor profile is booming. No, but like gochujang does so much as a flavor profile. Holy shit. It adds that like perfect like finish on top of something. Holy shit. I wish you guys could taste it. You can't. Mmm. Yeti eats healthy food for the first time. Mmm. It cannot be nice living here with her screaming all the time. I'm gonna finish this whole plate. I'm not sharing. It's too good. It's too good to share. Eileen, you need to remember this recipe. I do everything by feeling, but your feeling's very good. Yeah, what's up? Here, wait, what? What have you used them? Gochujang and oyster sauce, dude. So good. Like, I would pay food for... Wait, no. I would pay money for this food at a restaurant. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I would pay like, well, yeah, around like 12 euros. DJ, weren't you sad when they changed the 𝗏𝗏 music after when you go to Act 3? It sounds fucking depressing now. It is. It really speaks to you, you know? Music is good music when you can really feel the feelings behind it. Yeah, and people died as well because they got voided and shit. And there's void hanging around everywhere in the background as well. Which means they have to be scared of that. How long do you guys think you would survive in a universe like Hollow Knight? Thing is, I wouldn't fucking survive because the amount of insects and disgusting shit you'd see. Buh. Done. Look at that plate. Alright. Ooh, that's good. I did. Kolla. Jag är jättemätt. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put this in the dishwasher and then we're gonna continue playing. Woo! Question. Do you guys ever think about how if you were someone else? Okay, that did not make sense. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make it more I'm gonna make it better structure. Hold on. Do you guys ever think about like how your life would be if you weren't you? Like, imagine you got born as someone else. Or like, if you hadn't done that one tiny decision, then your life would look like completely different. Kind of deep thoughts, but definitely something to think about sometime. Or maybe just if you're an overthinker like me. actually find this guy? Within the Great Wood. Aha! Is there? %, but where is he though? Yeah, but what the fuck is the Great Wood though? Is that all memory lockets? I don't have any other thing to unlock memory locket on.
Little slim.
Yeah, one for Velia. Wanted to crest? Oh, but I thought it was Revelia regarding the instructor or whatever. Or the smith, I mean. Shedlord. It's true. If you don't learn from your mistakes, you're never gonna grow. Life. I know the area, Shedlord. I don't make any mistakes? Okay, what do you do then? Your mom? Alright, alright. Alright, well let me know if there's something fun on Gamescom. I would like to watch it, but I don't want to watch it on stream, so I'm like, eh. New roller coaster tycoon? Ah, great! I could not. I didn't want to miss that. What is the guy called in Bellheart? The guy who is it the Smith or something like that?
Greg.
I am googling 100%. Hold up. He's in a small area of Shellwood. You exit Bellheart and go to the leftist area, literally under the name Shellwood on the map. So here? Oh, maybe here. I don't know exactly. Honestly, trust nobody, not even yourself. right under the name shell. But that's what I'm. That must be here then. If it's under the name Shellwood, no. Or right under it if it's here then. It takes 2 from Teemo. What's wrong? Blame Google? I will. I went the wrong way. Hello? Ah! Oh my god. Hi Phyllis! How you doing? There he is.
That's fine.
Alright, there we go. He's gonna return now. Ah! Gotta go to 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗃 now. I fucking love that 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗃 is in the fucking putrefied ducks. So I have to go through pain to get there every time. Through hell to heaven? Yeah. Is it an annoying install? Oof, but you did it! Woo! 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? What? Hi, Finn! Well, that's unfortunate. Men är jag fucking dum i huvudet? Ja. Limashur Mushka!
𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Damn, she screams pretty fucking loudly if she shakes the whole fucking 𝗏𝗏.
Cadestre.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗙𝗃𝗃.
Festival of the Flea. I just want the food jade for sure. Yeah, true. Pretty. Oh, this is so cute. I did see this in the speedrun of Silksong that you had to do the games. Oh, my eyes pissing me off. Oh fuck. Oppa. I got 17. Streaking it. Yo, I got a big 9.95. That's fucked. Nah, remember fun, it knocked me off.
Olenkov.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh well. Oh, that was fun. Oh, I need to achieve the high score. 40, okay, 43, okay, that's easy. Yeah, okay, the J is kind of useful, isn't it? You have a game file that's 99% complete because I can't get past the last flea game mission. Oof. Well, I have to do better. I need to get 43. So, I was so close. It's on a 90 out there. Okay, 𝗙𝗆𝗏𝗃. Apparently, again, my controller just registered that I'm putting it down. They go, ow!
Men skämtar du igen? Jag hoppar inte ner, varför hoppar hon ner för?
It's pissing me off. I'm not jumping down and yet she fucking jumps down. Hi, Gabe. I fucked up. That was me. I can like when it's me, I can take it, okay? But if it's the game fucking with me, then I'm not taking it. Yeah, no. Not it. I beat the high score! Woo! And I need to dodge... I need to dodge 66 of them! You're kidding me, right? Okay, but that went super good.
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Come on, Jenny. Ooh. You know how I am with flying stuff. I hate them.
Gabe Gaming Guy says, Blevins, give us your best motivational speech to push Jenny forward. Jenny, you got this, unless you fuck it up again. Remember, every click fuels my snack fund. Try hard, die harder, repeat. Degens are watching, and my blubber's at stake. Win for snack supremacy.
Sorry, but... Squeak. Yo, Grand 715. I ever tried this a few more times, and I give up. Having to dodge stuff pisses me off. Because my biggest weakness in this game is flying stuff. Why does it have to be a fucking clank noise whenever you... Nobody gives a shit about Rainbow Six Siege. You're just sweaty fucking basement dwellers like them. Okay, I didn't do it for me. I don't want to do it.
Oh, well, I'm done. Bye. Bye.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
No. It's annoying? Yeah, a lot of things in the end is annoying. I get it. Audio delay go burn. But I don't need audio. I'm getting used to it. I believe in it. Okay.
Oh, you were so close! Save me that!
That's annoying. Oh man. Did you move the microphone to you?
Yeah.
Oh!
God, you gotta. Nice! 6-7!
6-7! 6-7!
6-7! She got 6-7 points! Thank you, Eileen, that helped a lot. This one I can do by myself though. Okay, let's see how many I need to get. Need to get 31. I was on 17 before, so... And I can also fail 3 times. Well, no, 2 times. I don't really want to do that. Hi, Lenny! Hope you're doing good. Alright, here we go. Va? Hur? It's too hard. Men jävla kukhelvete på dig. What's the bad news? What's up? Dolly Parton passed away? Really? No, she fucking didn't. Oh, she did! It just hasn't been updated! What the fuck? At 80 years old! I guess Dolly had to part onwards. Eileen. She was so good friends with so many, like, artists nowadays. Didn't she perform at fucking Coachella last year? What the fuck happened? She's made a good, some classic songs like Jolene. She made this one.
Huh?
Also this one. Yeah. I mean, yeah, she was born in 46. She was like popular during like our parents' teenage years. But you know, she performed with Sabrina Carpenter. No, was it Sabrina Carpenter? Was it? No, that was Madonna. Wait, hold up. She performed with Miley Cyrus, I think. I don't fucking remember. It was somebody. She had a charity where she would give books to children in poverty for free too. That's goated. Gotta go about to swing by. Take care, Jenny. Take care, Gabe. Thank you. Wow! Yo! Emily, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oppa. I'm gonna go until I lose. This was definitely the most fun game out of all three. The fuck you mean? Okay, if they failed, but there's a big ass guy too. What the fuck? Yo, new short out! Guys, check out the new short. It's actually really funny. I promise. Oh, piñata! Epic! You're so good. It took me a while to clear this. I mean, it probably would have taken longer if Eileen didn't do the second one for me, you know, but... I'm not gonna pale oil! Ow! I'll be the judge of that. Well, watch it then. Like and subscribe, guys. Comment your favorite part of the video. Is that it? Yeah. Oh my god, they're so cute. Have I been up here? I don't know if I've been up here. No, I haven't. Whose signs and age end? My membership program is a good 10% of your gamer subs. Yeah. Yeah, this is Fungal Waste in Hollow Knight. What the fuck is it doing here?
Yanara.
What the fuck? That's a fucking thing in Hollow Knight. Like one of the badges or whatever you can wear. What the fuck? Alright, what is- what?! What am I doing? Am I going to all these places? Yeah. Oh. It is an achievement? Oh, so it's not part of the 100%? But the last part is basically Path of Pain Silksong? What? Yeah, but do I care to do this if it's not part of the 100% though? I don't give a shit about achievements if I'm not going for 100. And I'm gonna finish this one first though. Hi, Kaylee. Completed and DJ will buy you double sushi? Real? Real, bro? Real? Yo, thanks. Well, I'm first gonna do the Dark Cards quest, so... Onyx is like the type of person who always says, I can do it, but I won't do it. Actually, I can do it, but I won't. I can actually do 3 backflips and then a front flip in one go, but I won't. And you, hello. So, Cook. I can bang your mom, but I won't. Did you just call Eileen styling? Just for that, you have to buy me an iPhone 17. Thank you. Bitch, I'm styling. Black top, big t-shirt, Billie Eilish. Yo. By the way, after this 𝗙𝗶𝗏𝗃 is done, I don't think there's gonna be another 𝗙𝗶𝗏𝗃 until next year, so don't worry about it. Megamind skin for Permata? Well, a little too late, no? Everyone has already played the fucking game. Men alltså skämtar du med mig? Varför vill allting fucking knulla mig här inne? Language, ma'am? How do you know what I said? What the fuck am I hearing up there? I don't know, Lacey. I don't know where I've been, so I have to go to every single fucking area. No help him? No. He can handle himself. He's a good boy. I know how to read Switch, but I won't. That's something Onyx would say. But sorry. Can you actually die from stress? You can, right? Your heart can like fucking stop or some shit. I have a feeling I'm taking care of the void down here. Also, the other cause that kills you? Yeah. Ah. Yeah, no, I think the void here is already taken care of. I've been in the marrow before. Alright, well, in that case, we're gonna go to the next place. At least we can easily go to the places because... we have these... alright, deep dogs. I don't know if I've done the one in Deep Dogs. But we're gonna go and check it out. Deep Dogs is what I call your mom. The dog in her deep. Haha. Get it? No, you're kidding me. Alright, nice! Okay, tell me how this makes sense, by the way. Three more. Steal 𝗙𝗆 until your night is hollow? Yes. They're very cute. Play a song for them? Control Resonant? I don't know what that is. Not buy one yet, but soon, yeah. What? No, it's above me. It's in 𝗏𝗏. I have not played Control, I think, no? How many is left now? 2! So, what is Control of a game? Is it a story game? Do the dance? There you go. I don't think I've heard of it. I need to check. I could always check it out. Hold up. Control game. Looks very cool though, but no, I never heard of it, never seen it. Where was it? It was the top of Sherwood, I think. I don't think I've been there. Hi, Kama. It is a new hair if you haven't seen it before, yeah. And we discovered it a few days ago and we were like, whoa, this is the fucking epic hairstyle. Basically. Did you guys know there's a channel point redeem to choose hairstyle? No, I have already done this one. I recognize this place. I was here. Yeah, I was. Fuck! Jenny? What? What? Discount for $4? Okay, I might get it then. That's kind of crazy. God, why is there so many in the fucking coral chambers? What the fuck? Not yet, no. Yeah. Oh, thank you for letting me know, DJ. Wanga. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I haven't tried to play it for a lot of it. Yeah, it's cool. Large void here. That's bad. Yeah. Honestly, gamers just wouldn't be bad right now. Alright, next one. First I need to go to Belheart though, because I do have a pale oil, so I can upgrade my shit one more time. And I did bring him back as well now, so... Octopus girlfriend? Oh boy. Take out the distress bug near the blasted 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗀. Oh boy. After all this, I'm still on 79% by the way. It's great. After all I've done today, I'm still on the same fucking percentage that I started with today. Thank you for the follow, Louis. Welcome in.
𝗙𝗵𝗏.
I am not a percentage higher. Even after doing the flea thing and everything, and the sprint and... That just means you're consistent. Gonna squirt on it. Oh. Hell yeah. Do I got the sharpest needle now? 80%! I got it with the fucking needle sharpening. Oh. I should be very much... Yeah, exactly, I will win. I should be stronger now. And that feels good. Closed captions just got turned on and someone was so... Do not turn on my closed captions. They do not understand me whatsoever. They'll say the most fucking heinous bullshit ever. And I don't even say it. Imagine someone actually deaf watching me using that. And then they're like, what the fuck? Jenny, what the fuck are you on about? Yeah, I will do that tonight, then. I was thinking it was part of the game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What the? Like, what is this? What is this? How does it even work? This is what the closed caption says. What? What? I didn't see any of this. Turtle macros. Like, what? the fuck is Austin? What do I know? Austin, Texas, baby. Pain is born? Sounds so ominous. Pain is born. Is Pain from Naruto? Oh shit. Alright, I have to go. For fun. Yeah, I've been meaning to remove it, but I just haven't. And now it's more of a meme, honestly. Even after defeating 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗀, I didn't get a percentage. Like, what? What is the last one I need? Ah, yeah. What do you want? Woo! We did it! Yeah! Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, we're still gonna have another fucking heart. Wagga. Wagga. Ew, I don't like that I can hear the heart beating. Take out the distress bug near the blasted bell step. Fuck, wait. Blasted steps bellway. Does that mean like where I can bellway? What is a bellway? Like, is this a bellway? Like the bell beast? Is that a bellway? Yeah, I was thinking so. Who are you? Oh, he wants me to follow him! Wait, that's adorable! Wait, that's so cute! Why are you sad? Yeah, okay, I didn't expect to survive any longer than that. That was pretty fast. My feet sees are freezing a lot, that's why I died. Oh no! Do you like my stitch socks? Luca. They have low ears even. Well, they're not bear grippers at least. Lulu, how does my foot smell? He likes it. Ooh. These skin stitches to make a pair of socks? Yeah? We're almost misbehaving. Detective Gunnar game? Which one? Oh, okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
What did it say? Take out the distress bug near the... It was this way, yeah? Chakra? I'm not even in Blasted Steps when I think about it. Back! You defeated and not let me die!
Hironare.
Yes.
Benny Frank.
Yes, caress.
Da, Fenestra.
Nera pashma. Mieszko.
Hell yeah, Chakra. I hate when they do that, when they show teasers. And don't give a date. Yeah, they're rushing Gamescom. I did want to watch it, but I didn't want to watch it on stream, so I'm just asking for information if there's anything good. Sorry, my head, my brain has been numb this entire time. Dude, how the fuck? He's so fast! And he fucking comes on you. Hi, Marco! Hello, hi, Viet. Viet's doing good. Should never trip back? No, for real. I parry that shit! Jävla kukballe på dig! I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I got you a flower. Thank you. Oh, it's a white flower. I just gotta jump to his other side when he does that. Nej! Nej, 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 nej! Aj! Okej, jävla kukfitta. Åh. You know, at least this game is letting me take out my stress and anger of other stuff in life on the game, you know? It's a good game, it's a good game. I hate when I do that! Jenny! Ah! I'm so mad. I'm just spamming buttons. It pisses me off. I love that for me. Oh, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna turn off my son on the game because he pisses me off. He pisses me off. No, actually, you guys can hear it, but I'll turn it off for me because it pisses me off. This is all I hear right now. I only hear this song. That didn't help at all. course.
Out of 10.
Because he pisses me off. He just goes. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. It's like an annoying fucking little pervert in my ears. I don't want to hear it. But rather than listen to music, I like, you know, I can mute the music for you guys. So I hear the music, and that way I get in my zone. Told you! I don't hear his annoying ass and I'm fine!
Nesvia.
I had the game entirely muted for me and I was listening to this. This was all I heard. I'm gonna demonstrate what I was hearing during that entire fight, okay? Thinking cameras flashing, they all got me say what? That's what I was listening to. Motivational lizard? I didn't watch all your shown. Okay, fuck off. Shut up. I just... I'm a winner.
𝗙𝗺𝗪𝗏
No. Damn, he dead now. Can this little pet come and live in my home? No! Oh, stop it! Stop! He doesn't wanna play! He doesn't wanna sing even! No! Please come with me back home. Please. Please. Okay. Boy. This is so sad. Give me 5 gifted subs. I'm sorry. It is really fucking sad. Honestly. Ah shit! Okay, deserved. It is really sad. I almost cried. Hi, Cloakdown. Hope you're doing good. I almost cried. I am really sensitive right now, so I almost shed a tear right there. Oof. Is that a tear down my thigh? Yeah. That was me earlier when I think God brought me the food. It was so good. That'd be fucked up on eggs. I get you. I don't remember who he was though, so you know, for me he didn't mean a lot. I don't know if we've seen him earlier in the game even. I don't remember. I played this game throughout so many months that I don't remember. Danny at Onyx funeral. I don't remember who it was though. That's funny as fuck. Oh my god. That's horrible. Yeah, throwback to that one time where the priest asked me at a funeral if I do internet services. Oofa. I should make that into a short. Use him for content. Someone commented on my new short. Actually, 2 people commented on my new short. You wanna know what they said? I gotta translate this because this is a Swedish comment. You probably have the strongest Swedish accent I've ever heard. Hope you succeed in all your future endeavors. Your accent sounds Swedish. Someone commented your accent sounds Swedish. Okay. I'm conscious about something. The way I pronounce funny, they say Dude, I've been so conscious about how I pronounce funny now because I add an extra syllable to it. I go like funny. 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 Oh, yes, very much. Alright. I'm very pleased right now because my footsies are warm. I put on the socks and they're warm now. It feels really good. They're no longer freezing. I am going to start this quest. So I'm gonna do under chapel, fall into the monarch's might. I'm not leaving. You're stuck with me for a few more hours. Hello? How close to finishing the game am I? I'm on 80%. What I have to do now is that I have to buy all the rest of the items in the game and explore like this. I'm missing 2 here, 2 here, 1 here, 1 here, like 4 here, 5 here, and 1 here. Late night product stumbling? Probably, yeah. But I do need to grind the... to buy the last few stuff in the shop here. Where's the relic bitch that I can deliver the relics to? Bellheart? Where am I? Am I in Bellheart? La 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 la. Did she open in one of these houses? This one? Yeah.
Husband?
I'm missing a lot of relics. I gotta go to the first shrine and see if I have any quests there. Is that it though? Is Gamescom over? Oh no, we don't like that. Not anymore. How the fuck do I have 1,000 of them? Oh, it's because of the relics? Well, that saves my farming quite a bit, though. Okay, but should I actually do this quest, though? If I don't need to do it, I don't want to waste time doing it, you know? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. But after I completed the game, can I still go back and like 100% it? Or do I have to do it before the main quest? Well, I'm not trying to 100% the achievements, I'm just trying to 100% it. Yo! Bo! What's up?
System says,
Hi, Bo.
your average
Hi,
Bo
Bo.
just rated us with a
Hello.
party of 64. Let's give him a warm welcome. Welcome, Raiders. It's Blevins time. Waddle up, get comfy, and prepare for chaos. Jimmy's the bottom, I'm the brains. Lick the Raiders. Stick around unless you fear snack theft.
Hi, Melly. Hi, Bo. Hi, Bozos. How? I saw you were doing Choicer Voicer, by the way. I hope it went well. It's such a funny fucking game. It's one of the best fucking things ever. Me and Eileen were doing it the other day. And it was great. I almost lost my voice. I have to go back and like watch some clips or something. I have streamed it, yeah. I do have a clip if you want to see. I have one clip, I think. Let's see. Actually, there was a short made about it, so let me show. Alright, I can show you two. I think there's two that was made into a short. So those are easy to show. One second. Alright. Oh, this is so cringe though. Okay. Alright. Here it is.
Skin is
Pale, white, and ice cold. Stop the fucking mo- That was the wrong type of gas! How old are you?
I'm 17.
How long have you been 17?
A while.
I know what you are.
So say it.
Vampire.
Are you afraid, kitten?
No.
Then ask me the most basic question. What do we eat?
It won't hurt me.
Okay, yes. That's one of them.
What is this?
And there's also this one. This even. Who's gonna be the goat?
I can be the goat.
I think that's you. I think. Hello. looking for Granny Puckett's house.
Granny Puckett.
Could you stop singing for one moment?
No, I can't. Wish I could, but a mountain with done put a spell on me 37 years ago, and now I gotta see everything I say.
Everything.
That's right.
You just talked just now.
Did I? 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 Do.
Did I? Did I? Did I? That is such a funny game. It is a great fucking game. Shit, I forgot to introduce myself. Hi, for those that don't know me, I am Jenny. I'm Swedish. I play games with both sometimes. And right now I'm playing Silksong. I'm trying to 100% the game and it's a pain in the ass. So here we are. We're on 80% done. Wait, let me move my... There. 80%. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see it. And it's pain! I have tilted so much. But what's pog about Eileen when it comes to this shit is that she actually...
I'm fucking your dad!
Yeah.
Thank you, Dora, for 28 months. Oh shit! That's 𝗙𝗵𝗃. That's 𝗙𝗵𝗃, and that's my actual dad saying yeah. By the way, she went back like months, if not a year, to find a clip of my dad talking, and she took the fucking yeah. Her dad is Gragas, by the way. Yeah, from League of Legends. But thank you so much, Buff. You need to rate and run. Take care. Send me funny clips. If you have any clips of you doing it, send me them and I will watch them later. Right now I'm working on this quest and I just started it and it's pain. It's already pain, I haven't even started it yet. But loud equals funny, Bo. The thing is, when we did them, we didn't know that there would be, that there was also like series and anime and everything like that. So we only did movie ones. But we're gonna do more this Saturday, where we do like series and other stuff too. What the fuck? Yeah, this is Lulu. She's my little fat cat. She is very fat. Oh yeah, wait, we did the Lord Farquaad one as well. It was really funny. She's very chunky. The thing is, she isn't that fat, she's just fluffy. Just her fur deceiving her, making her look really fucking fat. Actually, how plausible. I could, if you really want to see them, I could open the program real quick and show at least two of them because they're really funny. Alright, look at this. This one is really funny.
You alright?
Oh shit, I gotta make it louder.
That was close.
I owe you one. Let me just say, if aliens wind up implanting eggs in my chest or something and end up eating you, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh, that it's fine. Wait. No, it fucked up. Wait, from the beginning. Okay, there we go.
You alright?
Here you go.
That was close.
I owe you one. Let me just say, if aliens wind up implanting eggs in my chest or something and end up eating you, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear another single pop culture out of you for the rest of the trip. You understand? I'm trying to say that something is coming.
DJ! Yeah! Ow.
Eileen is a great fucking Drax, I'm telling you. No, please don't put your eggs in me.
Stay down, clown. Die, blanket of death! Everybody stay where you are. Chill the fuck out. I'm gonna ask you this one time. Where is Gamora?
Yeah, I'll do you one better. Who is Gamora?
I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora? Tell me where the girl is, or I swear to you, I'm gonna French fry this little freak.
Let's do it. You shoot my guy, I blast him. Let's go.
Do it, Azazel. I can tank it.
No, we can't take it.
She's right, you can. Oh yeah? You don't want to tell me where she is? That's fine. I'll kill all three of you and beat it out of Gigi and myself, starting with you. Wait, what? Thanos? Alright, let me ask you this one time. What master do you serve? What master do I serve? What am I supposed to say? Jesus?
You're from Earth.
I'm not from Earth, I'm from Earth.
Yeah, that's on Earth, dipshit. What are you asking us for? So you're not with Thanos?
With DJ? No. I'm here to spank DJ. He took my girl. Wait, who are you?
We're the Avengers, man. You're the ones Thor told us about. You know Thor?
Yeah. Tall guy, not that good looking, needed saving. Where are you at, bro?
I know, that one Iron Man part, I feel like I did really good. It was dipshit. There's that one, and then there is... We can do the Shrek one. We can do the first one.
That's enough. He's ready to talk. Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
You're a monster.
I'm not the monster. Here you are. You and the rest of that fairy tale trash poisoning my perfect world. Now tell me, where are the others?
Eat me.
Nah. I've tried to be fair to you creatures. Now my patience has reached its end. Tell me why.
No, not the buttons. Not my gumdrop button.
All right then, who's hiding them?
Okay, I'll tell you. Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane.
Well, she's married to the Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man!
She's married to the Muffin Man.
My lord! We found it.
Well then, what are you waiting for? Bring it in.
The Muffin Man? Oh yeah, we also did the fucking obsession thing.
Bear, I love you so.
It's cringe though. This is one is a bit cringe.
I don't think I can live without you.
Yes, 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 yes.
You love me more than anyone in the world.
Yes, more than anyone.
Jenny,
Yeah?
does your dad really have 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗍?
𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗍𝗍. I'm really good at being whiny though. I've noticed recording these.
No. No.
What?
No. Don't do that! I thought we were having a nice date!
We are, sit down.
Why does it matter? I thought we were having a nice date!
We are. It's okay. We are.
You know?
We are.
This comes naturally to me because this is like me every day. And I don't get my noodles. I'm like, ah! I think that was one of the funnier ones. Did I real life? Yeah. This was definitely the best one. I did the version with the goat as well, but Eileen definitely crushed the goat part. Alright. Anyways. The muffin man one I did? Yeah? What about it? Can I show it? Marbles. Hi Keegan, welcome in. I don't know the fuck to get in this room, I need to check. Oh, it's that guy! It's a really ugly mushroom man.
That's fine.
Did I update it? Okay, well, easy. Alright, next location is... Alright, let me know when you sent it, by the way. Fucking goat thing is in my head. I haven't even... Yeah, I'm really looking for it. He just rises from the earth, is great.
𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Next! Oh no. I have to go to Farfields. Farfields! It does take so fucking long. No, so fucking. It does take a lot of fucking energy though to do those choice of voice or stuff. Like after you're done, you're like dead on the inside. You're just can't do anything anymore. Yeah, I feel like Bo's not gonna have a voice after today. Yeah, sure, of course. Hello, 𝗙𝗶𝗶𝗃. hell no, I hate those. Oh, is that when it crashed? It did crash for us once too, and it was like at the end of a really, really long one. It's fucking devastating. Good night, sleep well, everyone. Alright, we have 3. 3 and we have 5 left. Alright, let's go. Hi, Director. We're gonna go to Greymoor. Yeah. It makes it a lot faster though. But Bo, you never sent me the fucking clip! Oh, you did, never mind. Oh yeah, my bad, my bad. I hope you enjoy your food though! Alright, I'm gonna check this out now. Rest up your voice, drink honey. Oh, you hear anything? Oh, there's no sound. You didn't record fucking sound? Oh my god! That's the whole point! I might as well go watch the fucking Shrek movie. No way. Shrek when you're deaf. Oh no! Yep. It's not that Kami. Kami is just trying to be a fucking savior right now, but he's not. You're not him, Kami! Alright, I'll wait until you record it then. This guy's gonna scissor me. Ah! 𝗏𝗆. Okay. Look at it. No, I'm pansexual. I'm into everything, Kolok. Where did you get that I was a lesbian from?
Okay, she's together with a woman, so she must be a lesbian.
There we go.
Verdastema.
Alright, 4 left. We're speedrunning this shit. You just ended now? Okay, this one should have audio. Got it. Alright, let's watch this one then. With audio this time.
That's enough. He's ready to talk.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man! You're a monster! I'm not a monster here, you are! You and the rest of the fairy tale trash poisoning my perfect world. Now tell me, where are the others? Eat me!
Bo, you're really good at playing a really short man.
I've tried to be fair with you creatures. Now my patience has reached its end. Tell me, or I'll... No, not the buttons! Not my gumdrop buttons! All right then, who's hiding them? Okay, I'll tell you. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. Yes, I know the Muffin Man. Who lives on Drury Lane? Well, she's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! She's married to the Muffin Man. My lord!
My lord. That was good. That was good. What? No, it is funny. Don't put yourself down. The fuck? Me screaming so hard my throat hurt. The 𝗙𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗄. Hold up, let me check. Alright, let's check this one. Oh, I have it muted.
Finally over. We popped the AI bubble. 𝗙𝗵𝗃? Worry not, friend. I'll always be 𝗙𝗆𝗆𝗪𝗏.
You should just put this on your freaking resume when you like apply to voice act something. That's crazy. Fuck, I punched my microphone. Your screaming is very good. It's very like anime-esque, you know? I haven't seen, I was about to say Dragon Ball Z, but My Hero Macadamia. My Hero Ball Z. I watched the first season of it, then I got really bored. Alright, well, we just have to run around like maniacs in this map now. Get some food. Yes! Yeah! We're gonna do more this weekend, so after that I can probably show more clips. Enjoy your food, though. Ew. Yeah!
Yes,
We were originally gonna do them this like past weekend, but I got like a slight fever and then I got a cold and I was like, ugh. So I'm just recovering from that right now. Oh, here. I feel like Edwin could definitely cosplay this guy. I mean, yeah, you should cosplay. No, I'm just saying you have the same vibe, you know? You're just chilling. I need as if I'm calling her fat, but no, I'm not calling her fat. Okay. Where now? 𝗏 Heart of Frost Resource High. It's on Mount Fae, isn't it? Oh, it is. At the top of Mount Fae. Dude, the amount of times I'm gonna have to reclimb this fucking piece of shit mountain. Well, yeah, it's easier, but I have to do it for the pinstress as well. Recently. I had to do it for the pinstress recently. I mean, it's not hard, it's just annoying. It's more tedious than anything. But can't I just, like... You know, it was close. No, no, please. Okay, see, we're already... we're not even halfway. I was gonna say that we're halfway. Okay. Dude, they really made it like perfect so you couldn't fucking soar up there. They want you to fucking suffer through it all. When the fucking idol mob turns into void. Like here, maybe. Fuck yeah! Woo! Okay. Yeah, boy! We're almost all the way up. Can I do it here? Yeah, I need to do it like right on the edge, because then I can actually jump over. Come on! Yeah! He's right there, he's talking to the bird. Honestly, my whole controller is shaking. I think Lula's back actually. Yeah, she is. Alright, I think that was that. There's 2 left! We have... Wait, I missed a spot. Past Cradle's Peak. Or maybe this is the last one. 7th and final location is the worst. First off, you're gonna have to head to the location above the coral chambers and use Silksong. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go to coral chambers. So this is gonna be the hard part, this I've understood it. Hi, cactus. And then above the coral chambers. Can't I just fucking go to a first shrine then? Any horses in Silksong? Not any horses, but maybe like horse-like creatures? Like the game is only bugs, you know, so... I'm gonna sit here just in case I don't get a bench. My farming spot, but it's kind of empty. Okay. Okay. Where the fuck do I use the fucking thing then? Above in the coral chambers, use Silksong to gain access to the cradle again. I see. I think I'm going the wrong way because I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Yeah, I'm the wrong way. No! What? Where did this come to play? What the fuck? But now I'm back here again. Okay, well that was useless. I need to run all the way down again. Peter, do you remember exactly where to get up to the cradle? Oh, there! I see it! I was way too... It's here. Ah. It's all broken. Wait, what? No, I'm gonna die. No way! I wasn't not okay. I was not looking where it's going. I was not looking where it's going, bro. Was it here? Oh, here. Alright, I need to go piss real quick. I'll be back. Hello. I'm back. Hey, Lynn. Guys. Hello. Alright, I have fresh home today. I have freshened up with some new soda. Aye, what the fuck? I didn't even notice. Oh no. Sorry, I'm super locked in. This isn't supposed to be a bench here. Where the fuck is the bench? Ooh! Spin lethal talents from thread that seek out enemies. Silk skills can be equipped in the quest menu. Ooh. Oh wait, what? That's so awesome! What? I didn't know it was up here, by the way. I just guessed. Hope you're doing good, 𝗙𝗍. I hate those spiders. Ayya. Doesn't help that I can barely see anything either. How the fuck do you get up there? Is there not a bench? You said it would be a bench. Oh. Asking if it's given, I guess. Holy shit. Oh, at least I have a bench, so I don't feel less worried about dying now. How the fuck? Did I get hand cramps? After a good few hours, yes. I do. My hand starts to hurt a little bit. You can also play it on keyboard and mouse. It's harder, in my opinion, but you can. How the fuck do you get there? I don't get that. Ew, what is that? Oh! Do you see how smooth I got up there? Holy shit! Ooh. Yeah, have a good nap, Marco. Nej, du skämtar. The fucking bounce that I got. skämtar inte så här. Dude, I've been swearing so much in Swedish when I've been playing this. I've been saying really ugly words. Well, I'm gonna do it again, DJ, so if you wanna see it, use your chance. Okay, well, if I don't fuck up every time. Nej, vad tråkigt. I don't have silk for this, bro. That's my issue. I did it so perfectly before and now I'm riled up, so now I'm fucking it up. I was like a ballerina before, bro. You sound like a middle-aged mom here about someone passing. Nej, vad tråkigt. It's true. Åh, gud vad jag älskar livet! Åh, vad kul! Jätteroligt! This is like doing Path of Pain and All Night all over again. Sugen fucking kuk. Everything went so gracefully the first time, and now I'm fucked up in the head. No, I don't want to tip. I can't do it. It's not the point that I can't do it. It's just... I'm fucking up.
Nej, Alin. Jag vill inte ha det. Jag vill inte ha ett tips. Jag vill inte ha det.
Maybe it's kind of a strat dying because I have so much more silk to jump with now. I can read chat now. I can't read while I'm parkouring because it's impossible.
You wanted a tip, Jenny?
Yeah, I do want the tip, please. Hi Kakunir, welcome in. Hi everybody, and gonna look, art has to be drawn. Good luck drawing, 𝗙𝗍. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. I fucking deep-throated my microphone just now. I got so upset. I did it so good on the first run and then I fucked up. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I know that, Eileen. Hi, Pink Dude. Where's the pink shaker? Why no heal? Because okay. If you have nothing above you, they can't spawn. What does that mean? Like, if I'm at the... I can like bounce on them to get heal? Is that it? You want paint? Hope you're doing good though, Pink. Wait, hold up. Eileen's gonna paint. That's Hornet. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
On here?
Wait, they can't spawn like this way.
Yeah. Like this, yeah. But not like this.
No, that's true. Oh,
If
so
you
you're
slap
safe
there,
there.
slap there,
So
or
you're
slap
safe
here.
in the middle.
This is your safe zone.
Oh.
And then you can heal.
Ah, this is Eileen's. Yeah, uh-huh. Pink Dude, would you be happy if I got that emote of you? Actually, it's kind of slay. I'm adding it. Welcome to my fucking rage, by the way. Did I go the wrong way? No, I went the right way. You look like a stick bug. But you're dancing like a stick bug. Am I wrong? Dude. Wait, I'm the fourth person to say it. That's fucking funny. Well, then it's proven. That's just prophecy now. That's just canon. Oh shit. Everybody wants to be my enemy. You know what I should do? I should add the stick bug music and just take the gif and then say you got stick bugged. I will. No, that's not that's not it. I swear. Ooh. No. Oh my god. Dude, never play this game unless you hate yourself. Oh! It should be studied what type of people play this game. It's gonna be 90% masochists, 10% depressed people. I fucking fell. No, no, no. No! No! Please. No, why didn't it work? Whew. Okay, calm. Calm? I said calm? We can breathe a bit. Imagine that was you? Hornet? The character... No, see, we talked about this earlier. I could not survive in the universe of Hollow Knight. Too many bugs. I'd perish. 𝗙𝗆Quake is gonna be here in Europe? What? For real? Where? Straight up instead of jumping out? No, I have to jump from side to side. Germany! Ooh! That'd be fucking epic if we had the chance to go to that. You're kidding my balls. Yes. Jag hatar mitt liv, alltså det finns inte på den här kartan. Jag var så nära toppen. Dude. We need a breathing session right now. Everyone breathe. Breathe in a square. All right? Breathe. You know what the situation needs? Can we disable Thunder Ties? Okay, thank you. This situation needs Bunny Jenny. This is the only thing that will save this. Yep. No! Don't do that! Stop! Why? Stop! Stop! Dude, if I get vacation now, I am I'm going on vacation. John Twitch, that was not me, you saw? Uh-huh. Okay, is it disabled now though? Is it fine? Is it fine? Yeah, alright, nice. Thank you. We're all good.
Yes.
Nej, men jag hoppade ju på det förut utan problem. Nej, varför hoppar jag en gång till? Dude, I'm throwing so hard and this area is pissing me off more than I want to admit. No, I'm admitting it, it's pissing me off a lot. Enjoy your lurk, Arizora. No. Here we go again. Yeah, but I couldn't because there was not any worm ways there. No, because I stopped and healed. I have a wood. Oh yeah. Mighty dog.
Cadestre.
Did I do it? What the f- Where am I going? What the fuck is this place? Secret area? I unlocked it. Like cockroaches here. Nameless town? Isn't this the place? This feels like the place from Hollow Knight. You know, the secret storm place you can access? Friend seduced. Also, by the way, 100% that was Bunny Annie that did that. It did something. Surface memento. Displayed in a home. There we go. No map for this place though, is there not? I have no idea about Shiro. Alright, well we did it. It was kind of bad. It wasn't as bad as it's not Path of Pain, it's like Path of Discomfort. Yeah. Hornet is definitely more agile than the Knight is. I feel like doing Path of Pain with Hornets would be a lot easier. You're right, because you need to avoid the dash. Everyone that has Witcher 3 already gets the remaster for free? Oh, there's gonna be a remaster of it? I do have the game, but I think I have it on Epic Games or something like that, so I don't know. Yeah, give us Half-Life 3 release, come on. Wait, is that it? Don't I have any more side quests? Did I do all the side quests today? Oh, but how the fuck do you get it then? That's kind of epic of them, I'm not gonna lie, because usually remasters cost money, like Black Flag. I can't afford it. I was gonna get... You know what? I'm gonna grind a tiny bit. Shut up. I'm gonna grind a tiny bit and then get the spa. Oh no! So many Swedish people are finding my fucking short. Shit. Pigeons, I fear we're gonna have more Swedish people to the community, possibly. I get all of Sweden's population to subscribe to me. Shit. Shit. You can turn on Thunder Ties again, by the way. Oh, good. Don't Twitch won't know. Skrill. Oh, they're free of silk because they were on the surface. That's cute. Why is Danish VTuber? Attract so many Swedish people. I'm cool like that. No, I mean, usually when a VTuber gets banned for like something small and stupid, it's because of mass reporting and stuff like that. %. I've gone up 2% today. I've done so fucking much, and I've gone up 2%.
The Russian Frost says, why is this bottom Danish seal attract so many Swedish people? Perchance. Because Swedish Fijians love chaos, snacks, and watching Danes lose. Plus, they've got good taste in blubber content. It's science, trust me.
Oh. Item collection mainly. I'm gonna get so many once I get all the items. So many percentage. Am I supposed to... Yeah. I did get a percentage when I upgraded my nail, and I don't know if I can upgrade it more, but I did upgrade it once. Yippee! Now I can go to Bellheart and buy my spa. Decorate my home. After that, I think it'll do it for me. We've done like all side quests that are available at the moment though today. We've done a shit ton. And that means tomorrow. No wait, I don't stream tomorrow. Shit. That means Thursday. Thursday we're gonna do main quest probably and see what happens. Wait, that's so cute! They have a little spa! That's adorable! Dude, I would 100% live here. This is adorable. I also have mementos to collect. Yeah, right? I would 100% live there. Alright. That is it. Lulu, say goodbye. Goodbye, Lulu. Goodbye. Goodbye. Alright. I'm gonna stay here actually. Alright. We're gonna say goodbye for today. I would like to raid somebody, I think. Oh, so let me double check. Ooh, Runa's back from her vacation. Let's raid Runa. Let's do it. Yeah. Alright. I will see you guys on Thursday because tomorrow is Maurice's debut, so we're gonna be watching that in the Discord together at 4 p.m. my time.
𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗪 says, be a paid chatter and say something nice to your mother 𝗔𝗺𝗔𝗺. Fine, Shiro. Jenny, you're not the worst gamer I've ever seen, just the loudest. Still, I'd trade all my fish for your weird laugh. Now, can I have my allowance?
No. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have a watch along for Maurice's debut at 4 p.m. my time in Discord tomorrow, and yeah. I'll be back on Thursday and we're probably gonna continue with Silksong and then with the main quest then. Yeah. I'm working in the despair. Thank you guys for being here and thank you for the support and lurking and all that and having fun. I'm gonna rest up a bit. Please copy the raid message so we're gonna raid Runa. Give Runa all of your love and support. Copy either raid message, join the Discord if you haven't already. Check out the new short from today and I will see you guys Thursday. Don't miss me too much. Bye bye. Oh yeah, don't forget to claim your daily fishes. No, it's all good. I mean, if you want to make a special raid message, then be my guest. Otherwise, I'm gonna just skedaddle.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye.